Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's meeting. I'd just like to start the meeting with a brief moment of silence for all those who have been impacted by gun violence and crime in our region this past week. It's been heartbreaking to watch the news and see what's occurred, and I think that we should just take a moment and think about where we are. Okay, thank you. Let's see, who is next to start the Pledge of Allegiance? I think it might be Councilmember Jones. Are you okay with your? Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we are going to start today's meeting with recognition of special awards. I'm thrilled that we have staff members here that we're going to recognize. I'm going to turn this over to the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and to our viewing audience. This afternoon is an opportunity for us to kind of highlight some of our unsung heroes who you don't get to hear from very often, but they're often the ones behind the scenes that keep all of this going and keep this well-oiled machine running as efficiently and effectively as it currently does. So I will start off with Raleigh Wake 911. So Dominic Nutter, if you could come to the podium. The Emergency Communications Center received national recognition from the North Carolina chapter of the National Emergency Number Association, naming our 911 Center as 911 Center of the Year for 2022-2023 for the state of North Carolina. One significant event that came to the forefront as part of this recognition was the exceptional efforts of the 911 Center employees during the mass shooting event last fall. The professionalism and composure demonstrated by our employees during an extremely challenging and high-stress situation was noted as exceptional, along with their ability to remain calm under pressure. Our Emergency Communications Center employees consistently demonstrate the following characteristics: 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They provide a critical role in public safety. Our center is a consolidated center for police, fire, and emergency services. It processes over 1,500 calls daily and more than 1 million calls a year. The department serves as the lifeline during emergency incidents, providing essential support to the community. Next, the center serves not only the city of Raleigh, but also Wake County and the surrounding municipalities. And last, telecommunicators are often forgotten or overlooked, but without question, they play a critical role in the public safety and this community's success. Our employees make sacrifices and commitment, working 24/7, 365 days a year to ensure the safety of our community. And it is indeed my honor and privilege and pleasure to recognize the Raleigh Wake 911 Center as the Center of the Year for the state of North Carolina. So I will turn it over to Director Dominic Nutter to share a few comments.
Mayor, Council, City Manager, I will tell you that our team is dedicated and always focus on getting the mission done. But I will tell you there's a lot of technology that we use to ensure we do things correctly and as quickly as possible. But I will definitely say the most important asset we have are the people that staff the organization, and a few of them are here today. I will tell you that I'm just there to support them, but these are the forefront and the people that make things happen. And I will tell you that even though this year we got recognized, I will tell you that every year they perform at the same high level. Thank you.
Who is here from,
Oh, my team,
center.
could you go ahead and stand? I've just got a few of them here.
could we ask all of you to come up here behind us so we can get a picture? Don't be shy.
That way, probably better. Oh, me?
Can you get us all?
And as I mentioned, we get about 1,500 calls a day, and we process over 1 million calls a year. And we don't 100% get it right, but there's always a degree of empathy, concern, and compassion for our community when we receive each of those calls. Next, vehicle fleet services. So if we could have Rich Kelly to the podium, and whomever else on your team you would like to bring with you. The Vehicle Fleet Services Division of our Engineering Services Department has been named the #1 fleet in the nation in both the large fleet and overall fleet categories, surpassing almost 40,000 other fleets in this year's Government Fleet Exposition and Conference, which took place in Dallas, Texas. We received bragging rights over Baltimore, Maryland, and Sacramento, California, so I think that's a big thing. In 2022, the goal of completing 80% of our preventative maintenance services was not only reached, but surpassed by the employees of our vehicle fleet service. Over the past 3 years, the fleet team has honed their professional skills by attending over 3,000 hours of training exercises. Vehicle Fleet Services continues to demonstrate excellence in maintaining and managing our city's vehicles, ensuring that they are safe, reliable, and efficient. This recognition was hard-earned and reflects our high standards in all aspects of our city's values. We want to thank our fleet team and all city employees who played a role in achieving this honor. Special thanks to the executive management team of Engineering Services for ensuring the fleet team has all the tools and skills needed to be the #1 leading fleet in the nation. Not just this state, but in the nation. Hats off to an amazing team.
Thank you, Madam Manager, Mayor, Council. Good afternoon. Rich Kelly, Engineering Services Director. It is certainly a pleasure to be here. I don't get a chance to get up here on such nice occasions and get in front of you to highlight something that's so positive as this. But certainly under Shelton Williams, our Assistant Director of Operations, and Rick Longabard and his leadership team out at Fleet, they have done a fantastic job the last 2 or 3 years in really turning around our operations, leading it in a lot of cutting-edge directions as far as the EV transition and sustainability, and all that certainly has been reflected in this recognition. So I couldn't be prouder, and it's my absolute pleasure to be able to introduce these guys to you today. And again, this is the leadership team right here in front of you.
Could you all stand up? Okay, we're going to do it a little different this time. I'm going to ask you to turn around, and we're all going to come up, stand up behind you.
So not only do they keep our vehicles on the road, they work on big pieces of equipment and heavy pieces of apparatus that we use across the city every single day. So great job, team.
Yes.
Last and definitely not least, we would like to acknowledge a new program that was formed in the fall of 2022, and that is the Executive Development Program. And if at this time, if we will have Charnel Jones, Director of Human Resources, come for this presentation. And this program really is an investment in our employees and an investment in their growth and development so that the City of Raleigh will continue to be their forever home and their place of not only employment but retirement as well. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Jones.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. The Human Resources Department launched this program, as City Manager suggested, in October of 2022. The inaugural cohort of the Executive Development Program provided opportunities for current and developing executive leaders in the organization to network, exchange ideas and information, and participate in development and learning opportunities. The program provided each participant with opportunities for engagement and development and to either grow their current skills to be able to use in their current positions or beyond. The cohort wrapped up with the graduation and celebration on July 31st. This program also helps us, as City Manager mentioned, with succession planning to be able to fill those positions as people retire and leave the organization as well. And now we'll call up the participants of the inaugural Executive Development Program cohort for 2022-2023. And Nikki Hill, Assistant City Manager, will help me to pass out the certificates. First, we have Jim Albuquerque, Information Technology. So if I call your name, if you could come to the front. Kenneth Blackstone, Information Technology. Michelle Bradley, Raleigh Convention Center and Performing Arts Complex. Rhea Brown, Human Resources. Troy Burton, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources.
Also known as the Hip Hop King.
Charles Craig, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Antonio Cruz, Raleigh Convention Center and Performing Arts Complex. Matthew Courier, Transportation. Jeff Dawson, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Nicholas Dula, Housing and Neighborhoods. Rodney Falk, Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. Steve Halsey, Transportation. Cassandra Hicks, Information Technology. Sam Hopgood, Planning and Development. Jason Holmes, Transportation. Gregory Jenkins, Raleigh Water.
Why don't you have them come up here and behind, because we'll never catch you all, so come on up.
Paul Collum, Transportation. John Kivanimi, Raleigh Water. Zach Maynor, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Wayne Miles, Engineering Services. Bill Motley, Information Technology. Sarah Powers, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Karen Ray, Planning and Development. Kenneth Ritchie, Transportation. Whitney Schoenfield, Office of Special Events. Lakeisha Shaw, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Beth Stagner, Information Technology. Mary Ann Sweden, Solid Waste Services. Present to you the 2022-2023 cohort of the Executive Development Program. Also would like to give a special thanks to the ODL team, which is Organization Development and Learning of Human Resources, and their working group as well that helped to put this program together. I am sorry. I apologize. There are 2 people that were left off my list, and I would not like to forget anyone that's listed that we did not call. Andrea White, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Yes, I'm so sorry. And Priscilla Williams, Engineering Services. Hold 1 second. There's names still getting added to the list that I have missed, and I apologize in advance. So please freeze for just a moment and do not leave the front podium. But we have Urshad Patel, Human Resources. Denise Pickover, Finance. Rob Reynolds, Information Technology. Jason Ruff, Planning and Development. Nick Sattler, Budget and Management Services. And Jad Neffenginger, Transportation. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, I apologize. Neffenginger, okay. It's not here? Okay, well, I promise you this is the last time, and this is the 2022-2023 cohort for Executive Development Program.
didn't know you changed your name.
Thank you, Bryce. I didn't have that list either. I have the list. So as everyone is clearing out, so to the mayor and council, as you can imagine, I'm having a proud mama moment right now. These are the folks who are in the trenches with us every single day trying to make this city and this organization the best it can possibly be. None of us can do this alone. It takes a team, and that's how we try to manage from a team perspective. And we have, quite frankly, I would put up against anybody in the state, anywhere, actually in the country. We have an amazing group of employees who love not only the work and is, dedicated to public service, but they love this community. And that is part of the why we get up every single day to continue to do this. So it has truly been a blessing to acknowledge our employees publicly. We don't get enough chances to do that, so we just kind of wanted to lean in today after Labor Day yesterday, wanted to acknowledge some of the people who labor on our behalf. Thank you.
This was a great way to start a meeting. Yeah, thank you, and thank you to everybody for all you do for our residents and our city. Deeply appreciated. Okay. All right, now on to business. And first item is the consent agenda. We had an item pulled that has been unpulled. So if I could have a motion to approve
One
the
moment,
consent
Mayor.
agenda?
There is one item that has a legal issue associated with it. It is
Yes.
item D1, and I would respectfully ask that the council consider pulling that item and referring it to the city attorney's office for further action.
So moved.
Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Motion to approve the remaining.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous on both. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. And I think this is a first. There are no items on there.
Yes, ma'am, there are no items. The Planning Commission has not met since you last met.
They were having their break, too.
No, they had a perfect storm of illness, work commitment, and vacation that broke quorum.
Yes, we get that, so thank you.
But we'll be back, don't worry.
Oh, I'm sure, so thank you. Next, we have special items. This is rezoning Z5021.
Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this rezoning request Z5021, you received the recommendation from Planning Commission for approval at your last meeting. It also came with a recommendation that the case be amended further to address the lack of urban frontage, and so you held it. The case has been revised since then, and I can go over those changes. They are an amendment to condition 14, clarifying that no parking would be between the building and the street, other than the parallel parking required by another condition. And then 19 and 20 have been added to require at least one pedestrian entrance to the residential use along Beckett Boulevard, and build to 12 feet on Beckett Boulevard and Fairview Road. So this request is ready to be scheduled for public hearing, if you wish, and the recommended hearing date is October 3rd.
Councilmember Jones?
Thank you guys so much. This is the case that I was wanting to send to the Transportation Committee meeting. As we discussed last time, I don't think that needs to hold up coming back to us for public hearing on October 3rd, but I'd like to have a deeper discussion about the transportation issues that residents have on this case. So I would move to send this to Transportation Committee for September and schedule the public hearing for October 3rd.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that was unanimous, thank you. Next, we have an update on the Go Raleigh Access Paratransit program.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm David Eatman with Transportation, and as stated, I will give a brief update on our software implementation for the Access program. So today, I'm just going to run through real quick, for those that may not be familiar, what actually is Go Raleigh Access? Why do we provide that service? How is a trip booked and performed? Sounds simple, but sometimes things seem simple. Why new software now? Service improvements since the last time we spoke, and then our outreach to date and in the future. So Go Raleigh Access provides curb-to-curb service for persons with disabilities as required by the Disabilities Act of 1990. Our service area actually mirrors our fixed route service. So if we provide a bus route, then we actually provide ADA service around that bus route. Most of the city of Raleigh is within our service area, but not every bit, but obviously it does follow our buses. Actually, when we charged fares, we charged twice our base fare. So our base fare for transit is $125, and so our base fare for paratransit each trip was $250. And as stated there, we have not charged fares since April of 2020. So how is a book or a trip actually performed? So all calls currently come into our call center. And at that point, our call center staff, they find out what provider would the passenger like to ride with. That sounds simple, but we have 49 providers. So we actually provide that level of service so that the client actually gets the provider they like. Once that is done, later that evening, it actually goes to our dispatch office. And our dispatch office arranges all the trips with the providers in the software, and then those trips are actually sent out to all of the providers. And then those providers distribute the trips to each individual taxis. So we have some of our own vehicles, which are the Go Raleigh Access vans, or we call them cutaway vehicles. And then we have about 200 individual taxis that we utilize as well. That's represented by 48 companies, but overall about 200 taxi assets on the street. So those are distributed to the taxis. Once that is done that evening, the client actually receives a call letting them know what trips they have scheduled the next day. So if they have multiple trips, it will explain the times for each one of those trips. As well as the next day, they'll actually get a call as the trip is on its way to pick them up. So I do want to step back one step, just a moment, because currently we do have part of our software that our clients are disappointed in. The calls are not providing the taxi vendor name. So we're working very feverishly to get that completed. We're getting that done just as quick as we can, but just letting everyone know that is still something that's pending. We're working with our vendor, our software vendor. That's actually a third party that does interactive voice response activities for all different types of agencies. So we're a bit of a unicorn. We're a little bit different in how we provide our services in Raleigh. So that's not something that is off the shelf that most software providers have. So just making sure that everyone's aware that that is coming. We're working hard, but it's not quite there yet. So then, obviously, once all of that occurs, the taxi performs the trip with the client the following day or day of, depending upon, obviously, which call is occurring. Why change the software? So I think when we last met with council, we did explain that our current software had been sold twice in 18 months. The support and research and development for that software was pretty much non-existent. So we knew we had to do something different. We did have a contract coming up or expiring. We did extend that once just to give us enough time to get this in place. But that software was really going nowhere and didn't really provide the robust software that we would need as we continue to grow with the Wake Transit plan. So certainly our new software does offer improvements. Now, have our clients seen those improvements? I think they have, but also there's been some, a rough start when we rolled this out. But we will have better reporting and activity reporting, more ability to prevent missed rides because we'll actually know if a ride is at risk of being missed. Dispatch has visibility and receives immediate alerts, again, if delayed, and confirmation of trip performance. So we actually know how long, when the trip was performed, how long it was, and all of the stats that come with that. So the actual software itself is now, we started August 1st, so we're coming up on like 5 weeks into this process. We have come a long way, but we certainly are working with each individual customer, rider, client individually to make sure that we're meeting their needs. Everyone has a unique story, so I'm sure that if you ask everyone at this table what their morning routine is that involves transportation, that certainly everybody's a little bit different. Everybody has different needs, whether it's daycare, work, drop by moms, whatever it may be. And so certainly our riders are the same thing. They have unique needs, and we're trying to meet those. So our customer calls to our call center, as we'll see in a moment, our call center was overwhelmed when we started the software. But that is, I would say, not 100% normal, but we're within 95% of normal. Our providers, some of our providers are not using the software as designed. So we're continuing to work with them and train them and letting them know that that is an expectation for this software as we move forward. This is a brokerage, so they do provide trips at will. We don't have contracts with our providers when it comes to our taxis. We do for our prime provider, but the taxi is a true brokerage as Federal Transit Administration defines a brokerage. And certainly our call center staff, as I said earlier, works closely with our customers to provide specific instruction to providers, whether that's someone who's visually impaired, likes to go to the garden center at Walmart, or likes to be picked up from that location. Those things really matter. And so those are the things that we're tightening up as we get into further with the software. Service improvements, some of the things that happen, and I'm going to go through this list, but we'll start out by trips automatically assigned to requested taxi provider. So we do that automatically. When a client calls in, we make sure that they get the taxi they have requested, or sometimes they certainly request us as well. So that's locked. When we first started the software, we allowed the software to optimize, which means that if the software thought that a trip would be late, it would take it to the next available vehicle that was the closest. That seemed to not be popular. And so we had riders, clients not getting their preferred provider, and we obviously know that that's very, very important. Sometimes, as we'll talk about shortly, it's so important they'd rather change their trip times than to have a different provider. That does occur. Again, we're making sure that occurs. If the primary provider is booked at that reservation point, we know if a provider has too many trips. So we'll actually work with the client to try to negotiate a different time, or a backup provider will say, well, you actually are with a smaller company that doesn't have much capacity. Would you like a different company just as backup? And most of the time we can get a secondary provider, because our goal is, on our side, we would love to know that that trip has a good opportunity to be performed before we lock it with a company. But if all else fails, we'll still put it with that company, and that company has that trip, even though we think that they're probably overloaded. But we'll talk about that, because that still has an on-street negotiation process, which shows up in our stats, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. So phone numbers have been added to our taxi driver's manifest. So again, if they go to the Walmart has a half a dozen entrances. Which entrance is the passenger at? They can make that call to the client and make sure that they go to the correct door. So talking about our call center again, that first week, you can see the average time to answer was very, very extreme. By week 4, we had reduced that by almost 75%. And once we get below that average time to answer, which we are at pretty much right now, as we'll see in a next slide, we're right at that 5 minutes to answer mark. I would say that that's variable, because some of our peak times it's always a Monday morning and a Friday afternoon that seems to skew these numbers, because those are just really peak times for the service call center. If you call currently during a Wednesday or Thursday during midday, you probably have 0 wait. I've been testing it myself, and I've been going straight through. Now, I'll do my disclaimer, every Monday morning and every Friday evening is always busy. That's just the nature of the business. As we think, so this is where we are currently. If you look at the last week there, we are right in that 5-minute average speed to answer. Certainly, we want to get that down into the 2 to 3 minute range, and I think we can certainly do that. Our call-taking staff are becoming more proficient with the software on a daily basis, and things are speeding up tremendously, as well as passengers are getting used to the system and know how to tell us what they want, whether they want to be dropped off at a particular time so that they can make an appointment, or they're not really worried about getting there. They just want to be picked up at a particular time. So this is what I was alluding to a bit ago. Our Go Raleigh Access vans, certainly an industry standard is about 85% for a paratransit system. We're slightly over that currently with our own vehicles, and I'll explain why we're actually a little bit better than that. The taxi providers, that number doesn't look good. But remember what I was talking about a minute ago, when we force that trip on a taxi company and we know that they probably don't have that capacity, if they keep that trip, then they can actually negotiate during the day themselves. So as they're going through their trips and they have someone that cancels and they have someone else that may say that they're not going to go for whatever reason, that loosens their trips up and their capacity up, and they're able to negotiate that trip and tell someone, hey, can you actually go 30 minutes earlier or 30 minutes later? But when that dynamic scheduling at a taxi level is occurring, we can't track that with our software. So we feel that about 10 to 15% of our trips at least are happening because we know that they're occurring. We're seeing them happen because they're GPS tracked, but we know that that is occurring within the system. And we have also found that our passengers would rather keep their taxi of choice than to have us intervene and provide that trip to a different provider. So we're playing that balance now. We're learning with the system. We've never had this data before, so we're still trying to learn how to interpret it and how to make sure that we're providing what the clients want. So our outreach efforts to date, we attended the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities on August 17th. August 23rd, we did attend a meeting with the North Carolina Wake Federation of the Blind. And then August 24th, we set up a meeting with Dr. Scott, the chairman of the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities, and he has representation from the Federation of the Blind, the Coalition for the Blind, and several other agencies as well. And we've been meeting with them weekly to receive feedback and just to make sure that we're touching base with that community at every level that we can. We also have daily calls every morning at 8:30, daily calls with RATP dev and software providers to make sure that we're on track, that they're meeting their benchmarks for things that we've identified that need to happen. So additional outreach, we will have a community conversation tomorrow evening at the Barwell Road Community Center. That will be from 6 to 8. Again, we've pushed that out to all of our passengers, making sure they're aware of that meeting as well for us to, and we'll also have one-on-one, so we'll have actual computers there. So if somebody wants to go in and look at their profile, see their trips, say, well, I seem to have this problem every Thursday, we can actually pull their trip history, can help them on site. So we're certainly encouraging anyone that hopefully no one has an issue, but certainly if there are individuals that do, then this is a great opportunity for them to come talk to us, but also have one-on-one. We continue to have weekly meeting and training meetings and customer service meetings with our taxi companies. And then the ADA task force with Dr. Scott. We have weekly meetings with him and that group, and those will continue. With that, that is the end of my presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you for the presentation. So we heard a lot from the clients about certain trips that should take maybe a small amount of time being much longer. For example, going to the bank and kind of getting stuck there, going to the pharmacy, kind of getting stuck there. Have you had any feedback from them since you've made these tweaks in terms of, have those individual issues been addressed, and are you getting some positive feedback from the clients?
So we are getting positive feedback on that. Once we locked the vendor, so if a client chose a particular taxi company, prior to locking those trips, because our software is saying that company is full, Prior to that, the software would actually move that company to their secondary provider, and then if they didn't have a secondary provider, they would move it to an open taxi within the network. It was random. It just made sure it found an asset that could provide that trip, and hopefully one that was in close proximity to a end trip and a beginning trip, if that makes sense, on either side. So it looks at all that pieces of the puzzle and puts it together. But once we've told the system, don't do that, the client stays with their provider. We do have a 5-minute layover for every trip, and we consider a trip as anything, well, basically, if you exit a vehicle, that was one trip, or you complete a task. So even if you go through a drive-through, that's still a trip. So you still have to book it. If you want to go to the bank, you have to book that trip. If you want to go, through McDonald's drive-through, you still have to book that. But we do allow that. I mean, if you can get through a drive-through, any drive-through in 5 minutes, you're doing pretty good. So that is the only limitation we have currently. And as long as the company keeps that individual on the same vehicle, then that should be a sequence of trips that occur just like it used to. Now, are there circumstances where that does not occur? Potentially, if the company doesn't set that trip up right, if they move that passenger between multiple vehicles within their own network, then that might be broken. But we have had good luck with that over the last 2 weeks, very good luck. Well, I wouldn't say luck. That has been very successful.
Councilmember Black?
Thanks for the presentation. I just want to express the importance of being proactive about stuff like this. Like, this presentation is really important, and it's important for us to understand it, but I think a lot of us, because it was such a high topic issue when we first came back to council, we kind of got into the weeds of it. So it's just like, I just want, when we have software shifts or things that may impact a great amount of people who use something as important as the Go Raleigh access, to be something that we center early on in the community engagement part. But I thought it was really great to be able to tell the story now. So my question is about the call centers. Are those city employee staff that's answering?
So the call center is city employees, and our dispatch is our contract RATP dev.
Okay. So then what is it that you would need help with for wait times at call centers? Is it that you need more increased capacity on Mondays or Fridays?
That is correct. So certainly, it is a balance, because you don't want call center staff sitting around with nothing to do on a Wednesday, but at the same time, you want enough staff on a Monday and Friday to cover that. So certainly there are strategies that we could deploy. With the Wake Transit plan, I think we are probably looking at growth, just because that increase in service that is pushing will increase our service area, which in turn means more calls and more service. So we do have options there, but the short answer is yes, that would be capacity.
Okay, cool. Try it. Maybe try it out.
Yeah.
I think as a person who hates having to wait around for calls to be answered, it's frustrating. But especially when you have places to be or trying to make an appointment or something. So would it be possible to get follow-ups about the call center stats? I know we have 4 weeks now, so maybe 6 months or 3 months, or how they're improving or getting closer to the times. That would be really awesome. And one-on-one conversations that people can do. That was one of the things that you had listed
Yes.
on the follow-ups. Is that through the app that they're doing the one-on-one conversations?
No, that is actually getting with a staff member. So if there is a recurring issue and a client lets us know that, it's almost like just pulling someone aside and really going through their entire manifest of their trips. And when they're having an issue, they may just be booking the trip incorrectly. They may be booking a pickup time when they should be relaying a appointment time, because the software looks at things different depending upon the priority. Certainly if it has an appointment time, it's going to do everything in its power to make sure that you get to the appointment on time. If you have a pickup time, then it's not really going to worry about the back end so much. You might be on the vehicle a little bit longer, but you're going to be picked up when you say, I want to be picked up at 3. It's going to pick you up as close to 3 as possible in the software, but it's not going to worry about getting you to your destination. Certainly, it's not going to make you ride all afternoon. We have parameters about how long you can be on the vehicle, but just helping you understand how the software is really thinking about those two types of dynamics of a trip.
Cool. Thanks for I think pivoting, something that I'm learning a lot in this role is like the beauty of pivot. So like we roll out something, it's not working, you pivot in a different direction, and you're making it really reactive to what's happening. And so I just really appreciate all of the work that's been done and like the follow-up, and I hope to get some more follow-up on this.
David, I had a question. This came up the other day at Go Triangle, our small group meeting. They were talking about paratransit, the importance of it, blah, 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 and kind of updating folks on it. And my question I started thinking about it. You know, we have Wake Access, Go Raleigh Access, we have Go Triangle Access. How are we working together and coordinating efforts?
So Go Raleigh Access and Go Wake Access are actually in a shared building. We have the same contractor, and all of our software and dispatch are one. So we're pretty much just a single Wake County network as far as paratransit goes. We also have contract with Go Triangle to make sure that our regional passengers do not have to transfer at our border. Because if you're coming from Durham and you're coming into Raleigh, and let's say that you had to stop at the side of our zone and transfer to a different vehicle, then
Right.
travel within our zone, that's really that's not a great business model. So we actually have them come straight into our territory, and we pay the share of the cost that they actually run inside of our service area. Again, just trying to keep that transfer for that passenger to a minimum. It doesn't mean once they get in our network that they might not have the need to transfer to a Go Raleigh Access taxi or something after their first appointment. But certainly that first travel into our zone, that's seamless.
Mm-hmm. And do we have regular communication amongst all three groups then?
I would say yes. I mean, certainly we work with Go Triangle as far as the as that contract go, as well as Vincent over there at Go Triangle, work with him very closely as well. And then Wake County is a very close relationship. Certainly we share a facility, we share the same bus yard, maintenance area. All of our services are in a shared facility, and operationally they are intertwined. Now, human service transportation is a bit different than Federal Transit Administration transportation. That sounds bureaucratic, I know, but there are differences in how we can and legally can provide services. So some things we have to keep separate, but many things are certainly combined.
I was just curious if there was any, you mentioned the Monday and the Fridays. Is there any coordination we could do with Go Triangle or Wake Access to maybe alleviate some of that?
So that's certainly, from a call center basis, that's something that we could investigate. Again, that's on our call center side. It is very much a peak and valley business in that world. It's incredible. Weekends, holidays are just our peak periods. It always seems just before and just after.
Right.
It is challenging, not impossible to manage, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think you probably know where I'm going with this. Cooperation and collaboration always works best. So, all good. And I'll bring that back to Go Triangle as well. We had Council Member Patton and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks for the presentation and the updates and all the work that you've done in between to bring us these updates. A couple questions that I have lingering from calls that I've had with constituents. I've heard from them that the new app doesn't interact with the accessibility softwares they might use on Apple devices, or I might have it reversed, but either Android or Apple, one of the accessibility softwares doesn't interplay with the app well.
So currently, our clients or riders do not have access to any app. If they book a trip, they call our call center. In the future, we will have an app available, but we certainly want to work with the disabled or disability community, whether that's visually impaired or some other disability, to make sure that they test that, demo that, and become comfortable with that before we do an deployment on that. certainly we want to make sure that that's a very good, smooth process. So we're having everyone call our call center. So passengers, clients do not have access to an app. Now, our taxi providers do. And so they have an app, just for simplicity's sake. It's like a transit or transportation network company type of application that gives them their trips, and then they go through that. We did hear early reports and some, I would say not real recent, but within the last couple of weeks, reports where individuals were having a problem accessing the Apple software. In my opinion, Android is easier to use in this particular instance than the Apple software. So the software is working. It's just, it's not quite as advanced as the Android, because the Android was around longer than the Apple. That's my opinion, and certainly I'm not one of the providers doing that every day, but that is on the provider level. That's why we're holding those meetings weekly, those training meetings. Just like a passenger, if a taxi company or a taxi driver is having an issue, that's an open period. They can come straight in. We'll bring up their software. We'll look at it with them. We'll try to recreate any issue that they may have and make sure we resolve that.
Got it. Cool. Awesome. Couple others. Thank you for that. One other thing I heard from residents that I spoke with on the phone is that they were worried about risk to their jobs for being late. I was curious if we provided any like work notes or communication with employers we know who might have a lot of workers using paratransit, explaining like this was a bump in the road and if they could please not.
Yeah, I would hope that would have been limited to maybe the first week or two, where we were in the midst of that initial deployment. I haven't heard anything of that nature currently, but certainly if someone needed that, we're going to tell the truth. Most definitely, we have the data there to do that now. We will certainly, we'll own up to if we had an issue. Yes, we have an issue. We also have that with fixed route. Even a bus can have a mechanical failure or get behind traffic or an accident or whatever that may be. So, but yes, we will certainly help where we can.
Cool. And my last one, I did hear a little bit of I think you kind of alluded to it, but a little bit of friction about this difference between the backwards planning, like the difference between I need to leave my house at 9 versus I need to arrive at the doctor at 9:30. Can you share a little bit more about like the incentive to do it one way or the other, and what the clients are saying about the difference between the two?
Yeah, I just think it's 30 years of doing something one way, and we certainly have clients, riders that have been with us for that 30-year period, or right at 30 years. Well, it's been 30 years. 92, I think, is when the system started. So it's really trying to ingrain that new habit or that new process. Certainly, again, to explain it very quickly, it's changing that. Everybody before just booked by pickup. So pickup time, pick me up at 4. And then they would just mentally or work with the taxi provider over time to know that if they got picked up at 4, they would reach their destination by 5. Now we just ask them, if you want to be there at 5, just tell us. That way we can tell you we're going to be there at 4:35. And the software will do that. It will say, well, we're going to be, in this range of time right here, but we'll make sure that you get there before 5. But let's say that I'm going to Walmart and it's a Sunday and it closes at 6. Well, in that case, I want to be picked up before 6. So that pickup's really important because I don't want the store to close and I'm still there. So that's where those nuances in knowing whether you want a pickup time or a drop-off time.
Got it. And so the difference in the user experience for one or the other, like if I get picked up at 4, I might be in my motor pool with other people for multiple stops. And
generally speaking, on the taxi side, I wouldn't say multiple stops, but you could pick up someone on the way. Okay. And I would say that's a fair rule, not an exception. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely, thank you for the information and the report. I was looking at the tracking call center, and I see it goes from like Thursday to Tuesday in the report. Just looking at the dates, am I reading it right? If you scroll back to your tracking call center performance,
I think there was a Monday, Tuesday of the last week recorded, which would have been Monday, Tuesday of last
So
week.
the part in where it says file intervals start at 8/7/23, is that the first day of the report? Or is that just random information?
No, it should be Monday through Friday of the first full week.
Okay.
Week 1, Tuesday, I'm sorry, yes, that's week 1, Tuesday through Friday.
Uh-huh.
And
for
then week 2, Monday through Friday.
So we see Fowler interval,
I'm sorry, say that again.
where it says filter interval, start at, it's right above week 3. Where you see week 3, Monday to Friday.
That is correct. It's just telling it how to sort the data. So on that particular week, it is pulling Monday through Friday.
So that.
And you can tell by the number of calls performed or presented. Like the first week was actually 4 days. The second week was 5 days. The third week was 5 days.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll talk later.
Yeah. And then the final week, week 5, was only 2 days. That was a Monday, Tuesday.
Okay, we'll look at those dates later. 2 things. I know Councilor Black made a good point about the reporting. I think y'all have monthly reports.
Correct.
So if we could just maybe in the manager's update, that data is provided within the monthly reports, because I know that same data goes to the Raleigh Transit Authority as well each month.
Correct.
So that way it's simple there. And my other question is from the taxi providers. At some point, there has to be a point where you're either in the software or you're not. Have we had that conversation?
I would say that we're having that conversation. We want to give everyone the opportunity to succeed first,
Correct.
certainly. And so our first month, we view that as this was our startup month. As we go into September, then we do expect more, because we continue to offer training opportunities over and over, and we're contacting those agencies that need to be trained or need to follow the programming. So I think September is going to be, urging that, stating that as we get into October and months out beyond October, that's just going to be a flat expectation. We want to understand what the system and network is doing. What that will help us do, though, is help our riders in the network, again, as the system grows. Because if we don't truly know what our capacity is, you can hide behind not knowing what your capacity is, and we did that for a long time, but eventually that will catch up with you. Mm-hmm. And so we want to understand, what our capacity is and where we're going.
Right. And I asked that question that way because if we're asking the users to call in and all of their information is being put into the software, but on the back end, all of our providers are not in it, then therein lies, I think, a conflict. So hopefully, I'm just going to say at least by hopefully Thanksgiving, we can have everyone up and going and get this back to as far as normal as possible. But thank you for the work that you're doing. I know there's a lot more. I've talked to Dr. Scott as recent as Friday. So hopefully we'll be sending you all also some help to the Raleigh Transit Authority to help keep focus there too.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate the update.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the Civil Service Act exemption by position.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and council members. Human Resources provided an updated memo to follow up to the questions that were asked on the last session that we had regards to division heads as it relates to the civil service exemption list and immediate secretaries. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks for your work on that, both City Attorney's Office and HR. I got questions, I always do. So I read all the backup materials multiple times, also talked with the City Attorney's Office. We added, for the viewing public who doesn't read all the backup materials, we added a lot of language around like what roles and duties a division head would have. Sounds like it made it narrower in scope, which was great, and what is the charge. It sounds like there is still opportunity to further define immediate secretaries and maybe further define what qualifies as a division, and just kind of continue to just really like dial it in. Is that right?
Can I jump in really quickly? I think for me, looking through, I really appreciate the backup materials and the definitions that we are looking at the job roles. But what I didn't see is the language from the state. So when I'm looking to see what is a secretary, an immediate secretary, if it's the specific role, it didn't always translate that. So I was a little bit confused because it felt like we were bringing in different language in that chart that was submitted. So my question in that is, if we don't define that role, immediate secretaries we'll use right now, then does that have the ability to expand? Can that keep growing? Can the people who are going to be exempt continue to grow if we don't have that role defined? And that's what I was looking for in there, and I didn't see it.
Okay, so in looking at the positions that are exempt from the civil service, Human Resources uses the Civil Service Act and the guidelines that are listed in there in regards to the positions and classifications. Any additional information is used based on our policy, which is the definitions that are outlined in Policy 300-1A, which defines division head or division manager. In regards to secretaries, what we currently use is the individual or administrative person that's handling administrative tasks that reports directly to that division head or their department director or assistant director, which is how it's written in the Civil Service Act to select those classifications.
And so that's a practice and not a policy. Is that right?
Well, we're using the state law, the Raleigh Civil Service Act, the general statute, to define and outline, because it outlines the positions that are to be exempt from the civil service. So we use that. To clarify division head, we use our policy 300-1A.
The city manager would like to clarify something.
So I think Ms. Jones explained it very well, the interpretation that we have on the policy side. But I think it's probably better if our city attorney speaks to the exact language of the Civil Service Act. And regardless of what our policies say, we have to remain in compliance with the Civil Service Act itself. We can't go change the language in the Civil Service Act. So Dottie, if you'd like to weigh in.
That is exactly correct, and I'm actually looking at the 1981 session law right now on my screen, and the language that's relevant is exception number 3, which is department heads, division heads, and their immediate secretaries. And so that's the language that we're required to work with as we apply these terms.
And I guess for me, where I'm struggling is when we said that in 1981, immediate secretaries, I think, had a different connotation. We can all, as we've discussed before, than it does now. So when I look at that, when I look at video production manager, I don't understand, like, where, I'm just using that as an example. Does that fall under division head? Does that fall under immediate secretary? What roles fall under immediate secretary so that I can understand the roles associated with that? Because the 1981 secretary had a different meaning than it does now. So I'm just trying to define that in my head so I understand the scope.
So, Ms. Jones, you can elaborate, but I would think that anything dealing with the secretary connotation would be an administrative function, whereas a digital production manager and communications would not. So it's that person that's providing direct administrative support to a department director or a division head. And that nomenclature changes over time in regards to, some people call them department heads, some organizations call them department directors. It just depends on what the organization establishes, but is that the appropriate?
That is the appropriate, based on the list we have. It's set out by exempt position, and those are typically your department directors, your division head or assistant director in one list, and the immediate staff support is the immediate secretaries that directly support those particular positions. That's on the list.
Can I ask a question? This is kind of a data question because I'm trying to wrap my head around how frequently grievances are filed. Do you have any data on the number of grievances filed the past year through the civil service? Just trying to get a handle on how widespread this is.
I don't have the exact number, but I can bring that back to you. I do have a presentation to go in a little bit more detail if that would be helpful.
So we did pull some data. Our office pulled some data this morning. I didn't get an opportunity to connect with Ms. Jones. Since 2018, we've had 15 grievances go to the civil service. So over a course of 5 years, we've only had 15 cases. There are 6 pending right now, waiting to be calendared and scheduled. And quite frankly, the commission doesn't meet every month because there's not always items. So if that sort of kind of sets it up for you, over the course of 5 years, we've had 15 cases. So that averages about 3 a year.
So the 6 that are waiting to be calendared, are they part of the 15? Or those in addition?
Those are in addition to.
Okay.
So a total of 21, once they're scheduled, would be 21 over the course of 5 years. So an average of a little over 4 a year.
Okay.
And you all raise very good concerns, really, honestly, you do, and I appreciate and applaud your effort to make sure we get this right. But there are so many additional pieces of our HR components and our HR policies and the law that we have to abide by to make sure that workers' rights are protected and that workers are protected from the moment they walk into this place of employment all the way to the day they leave. So there are procedures in place that allows multiple rounds of grievances and appeals before it would ever get to the Civil Service Commission. That is why you don't see many cases actually make it to the commission, not because there are not a lot of people that are privy to it, but because by the time something would elevate to the Civil Service Commission, it's already been handled within the departments, the respective departments.
Councilmember Fort.
Just a real quick question too. The Civil Service Commission is made up of volunteers that are regular citizens, correct?
Yes, we have volunteers that you all appoint, and then we have 2 that are elected by the City of Raleigh employees.
Right, and for me, it's not about saying that there's anything wrong. I'm just trying to understand that role of immediate secretary so that we're not increasing it to where more people aren't participating. I do appreciate in the backup materials, I understand that it's 65 employees. You know, I understand it's like 1% of the workforce. You know, I saw that and I totally understand it. But from my perspective, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand how to explain it when people are being added to the pool that cannot access that. Now, I know it's small, but whether it's 65 or 5, you know, I just want to make sure that I can explain it adequately. And I'm not sure where I lose it, my synapses don't connect, is the definition. Like I feel I just need a better understanding of the definition of those roles so that I can say this is what that correlates to. This job description goes under immediate secretaries. This job description goes under department heads. That's all I'm trying to do. You know, just make sure that I understand that.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, so what I'm seeing in terms of new employees that would be covered under this, it does seem to be direct employees underneath our division heads, if I'm saying that correctly. And so these are additions. Do I have that correct? Mm-hmm. Yes, to who would be exempt. And can you just remind me, apologize, I'm losing the thread, of how we've added this? Is this a new requirement at the state legislature or just a new way that we are interpreting this particular job classification?
If it's okay, I'm going to bring up the presentation and then I can kind of go through it. I think that will answer any additional questions. But to your specific question, the list already existed and it hadn't been updated since 2021. And with that, there have been reorgs in departments. There have been positions added as part of the budget. And so we have to look at the positions because we are on the pending for a upcoming election. And so we have to make sure that list is up to date because people that are exempt from the civil service cannot vote in that election. So that list already existed. We just go back through and look through the positions that have been added, or if there's been a reorg or office has been created, all of that plays a role in it. It is a little confusion, I will say myself, because our city's classification system is very compressed. And so it's not a concrete of this position is A and this position is B and this position not be included. Because of the compression of our classification system, we have to go in and look at specific reporting and the details of that job. So I will put that out front.
I think I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
And it is we're hopeful that when we get through the new compensation system and that complete review and overhaul, that there will be further clarity. But as Ms. Jones stated, every time there's a reorg, every time there's a new classification added, if it's not already specifically called out as a position, then that brings about a position that needs to get in alignment. And we wouldn't bring it forward until there's the moment for an election or at the time that we do cleanup, which is what we call it.
So one of the challenges we're facing is we can't hold the election until we make these, till we approve this.
Correct.
Item. And so the election's being held up. What are the consequences of that?
I'll let Ms. Jones speak to that.
The individual whose term is expiring will just stay in place until we have an election. But we will not be able to bring in anyone else new if they're voted in until the election. We can't hold it.
Are there any other state legal requirements that we could be in violation of, I guess, would be the term?
No, ma'am, I don't believe we would be in violation of any legal prohibition or requirement, but we are delaying that election, and that means that someone continues in that seat because we're not allowing the employees to make another selection.
And in addition to that, we can't get these other 6 heard because you would not want one commissioner to hear part of the case. And then if that commissioner changes before there's resolution, there's a potential that somebody else could hear it on the back end. So just to kind of clean that up too. So we're trying to hold those off until we get the board fully established.
Could I make a suggestion on a possible compromise here? Approving this so we can start hearing the 6 cases that are pending, but also asking staff to continue to look at this issue so we're addressing the concerns that have been expressed. And then I guess really it's focused on how we define roles. So would there be some consensus to approve this so we can move forward with an understanding that we ask staff to continue to look at this?
I guess my fear there is if we continue to look at it and we make alterations and then a different group of people are eligible, then we've cast a vote, or, the employees have cast a vote with maybe perhaps not the right group of employees captured. I think that would be my concern.
Well, right now, there's 6 people who have filed grievances who aren't having their grievances heard. So that's an issue as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I certainly understand. I mean, I understand. So I understand that this was meant to be a cleanup. I have a desire to take good care of our workers, and I have a desire to get this right. I'm not trying to be difficult. For me, making sure we have the utmost clarity to just ensure that we're capturing the fewest number of people who are exempted from this thing. I know I hear what you're saying. Not many people use it. Not many people grieve this far into the process. I understand, but I feel really compelled to protect as many workers as we can. So it would be my preference that we take further look at maybe defining what a division is as we look for division heads. And maybe relook at that chart that you've provided us with the rationale. The chart includes the city of Raleigh job title. If we could have beside it, this is rationalized because that person is considered a division head or whatever, like whichever kind of classification they're falling into. I do think that would bring me to more comfort.
So, Madam Mayor, if I can, Councilwoman Patton, here's where for me, I feel there's the rub. I hear and recognize the concern of those that want to that we desire to be included in the vote and opening it up, but yet we're holding other employees back from their grievance being heard and moved back. So now you have a conflict on both sides, and the question is which one is priority? That's where I'm at and how I see it, and I think looking at the analysis and the information is something that, like, when's the last time you said 2021 was the last time. Before then, like, how often do they vote? Let me ask that question, because it sounds like we only update it when they vote.
A term is for 2 years.
So for 2 years. So in 2 more years, there'll be another vote cast. And I think this is something that might have to get corrected and caught there, because I don't know how long these grievances cases have been sitting or waiting. But again, we have that rub where we're including we're probably, if we're down to the secretaries, that's about how many employees that report directly to administrative person? 10-ish? 15? Because I know there's a lot of overlap in roles. Someone's probably supporting multiple people. So, you know, there's my issue, because whatever happens in those grievance cases has an impact on all other policies that the city also has as well. So I would be inclined to, again, move forward with the caveat that, you know, those roles and definitions are still addressed, you know, as you all have asked.
Councilmember Black?
My fear, based off of what Mayor Pro Tem Branch just said, is that in 2 years when we come back, there's going to be like the same sort of reasons on why we can't really refine it. And I understand that we're like, it's in a weird space right now, but I'm hoping maybe we can get the rationale back like within the next 2 weeks. And then like, the whole thing can kind of, because I think what I'm hearing is that there's a lack of clarity from some of the members on council around what goes where, and it seems very arbitrary. And as people who want to protect workers' rights and the possibility of people like having the opportunity to have their grievances voiced in a particular way, that we're not like impacting that or delaying that for a group of people, even though there may be a group of people that are waiting to be heard right now. So I'm hoping that like the process of where we are right now can be expedited so that people can get clarity, so then we can get to the place of like being all in consensus around approval and starting the election process and the process of having those grievances heard. So I don't know what the timeline could be for that, but I just want to I want everybody to get in consensus, because I think we all want the same thing.
So there's 2 points that I do want to make, is that I know we said every 2 years, but we're actually in the process of going through a compensation study. So when they review our overhaul or look at our entire compensation system, that does include classifications. So those classifications, their names may change again. So we probably will bring a list back to you again as we go through that compensation study as well, because titling convention may change. Second point is that with any definition changes that we make to the policies or add to the policies, we will have to take 300-1A to civil service for them to review, and then they have to make their recommendations, and we have to bring that back to you to adopt and approve. And then after that, we go back with the list again to civil service for them to review and give their recommendation, and then back to you to adopt. So it could be over several months before it's finalized. So I just want to make note of that.
Yes, I was going to say that. And I think we had the last election in '21. We got off track with the pandemic, but the terms are 4-year terms. So we won't have the next election again until '27. However, at the conclusion of the comp study at implementation, we will probably, well, I know we will change because some of the titles will change as it always in HR best practices.
And
Councilmember Harrison.
as we create,
Excuse me, Councilmember Harrison, and then you.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think we have additional 65 positions that are added to this list. Is that correct? And so just to follow up on some of the conversation, Councilmember Black asking for some kind of consensus, that's also would be my intent as well, because I do think we have several goals that are actually all shared here. And so I guess my recommendation, or at least a suggestion, would be if there are concerns about any of those particular employees being exempt, that folks have time to, review that list, have a conversation with staff, and then we come back and we make a decision on this within the next 2 weeks. So it does seem like there are some reasons that we would need to make these decisions, but if folks still have specific questions about specific, roles here, I guess I just want to allow that time if it's desired. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, as long as we all understand the consequences, there are 6 employees right now who are not being heard. So I think that at some point, we have to think about them as well. But what I'm hearing is there is no consensus, so let's just bring this back in, I don't know, how much do we need? A month? Do we need 2 weeks? How long, much longer?
It depends on what the ask is. So can we get clarity as staff of what you're really looking for? Because I think the city attorney and Ms. Jones worked on the backup this time to answer the questions that were asked the last time. So I don't know what's going to be different, or if you're asking a different question, just so that we have clarity so that we can kind of move it forward when we come back.
Yeah, so I would say that my asks are if we can look, it sounds like we've gone as narrow as we can on what the definition of division head can be, like we've named out the duties of them, but that there might be an opportunity to look at what counts as a division itself, and that might also be an opportunity to create some more narrowness. So I would ask if we could do some research on that, and if we could see the chart that you've already shared with us with this sort of like the specific state statute nomenclature beside the City of Raleigh job title. So those are mine too, but I don't know if there are others.
Councilmember Melton.
I don't want to overcomplicate this, but could we just ratify the 2021 list and not exempt these new roles for right now, or rather than dealing with those definitions, or do we think because they arguably fall under these categories, we have to exempt them?
I think the latter is true, and excuse me, that if they qualify as a division head, they cannot vote, and that would be a problem from the vote that is taken.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're looking for then is a more, I guess, solidified definition of division head, in which case that may narrow these positions that are being proposed on the 2023 list.
Yeah, and we can come back with a division head, or excuse me, a division definition.
But if you come back with the definition and it captures all these positions anyway, then we're right back to where we were.
That's correct. And
so it may just be a matter of getting the definition and maybe realizing there's not another way to cut the pie, I guess.
That's right, and we are limited in that the 1981 session law specifically says we have to exempt division heads.
Okay, but what I'm hearing though is that may help explain to folks why they're being exempt if there's more of a definition about, hey, well, your position falls under this category.
Yes.
Okay.
Does, Ms. Jones, do you have clarity then? And I guess, City Attorney, is there some clarity in what they're looking for? I think.
Yes, ma'am. I think we can come back with a definition of division and we can work with HR to take the chart, the exempt list, and list out the provision in the statute that requires exemption.
Councilmember Jones, does that capture everything you need as well?
Yes, yes, I think that's what I'm just looking for. And I think a question that I had earlier was, as we do the new roles, as we get this comp study done, will those all automatically be attached to what's required in the statute, so that we already know what, and as we develop new roles, that, and I feel like that's where maybe part of this, my confusion is that we're creating new roles that weren't there in 2021, and now that's being added to whatever the role is that as we create that role, is that already there, so that we know what roles, in 2 years we're adding to this secretary position or division head?
Sure, pretty much it would be, and typically it's just title and convention. Some people call them secretaries, some people call them admin specialists, some people call them admin techs, and we call them executive management coordinators. It just depends. But as we bring our policy more up to date, in line with best practices in HR, there should be further clarity around what titles are and how folks are included in those titles. And so as the classifications come about as part of the recommendation for the implementation of the new system, that should capture most of that. But at any point when a department head comes forward with a reorganization request, and that reorganization request is approved, depending upon the business that they are in and how they work, if it's not already captured in a particular classification, there may be a new classification added, and we'll just be mindful moving forward as we do that to make sure that we work with the list of civil service so that it's captured then, as opposed to all at the same time at the point of an election.
Awesome, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so do you need 2 weeks or a month?
Out of respect for the employees, we will work really hard. We'll try to bring this back in 2 weeks so that we can, for the person who's agreed to stay on, I don't know how long that grace is going to be extended. So we need to clear this up so that we can move forward. So we will work really hard to get all of your questions addressed in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
So I gave my report to open up the meeting today, so nothing else from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Report and recommendation of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. Barbara Godwin with Transportation. I'm here to introduce Mr. Nick Neptune. He is the current chair of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, and he's going to be giving a report on the Commission's annual report from this past year, as well as their annual work plan for this upcoming year.
Thank you, Ms. Godwin. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Branch, distinguished members of our City Council. My name is Nick Neptune, and I am here to present as the chair of the City of Raleigh's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, to present our fiscal year 2023 annual report and our fiscal year 2024 work plan, drafted and adopted by the Commission this past June and presented today for your consideration and approval. I will note, as we make our way through, I have been advised to move through this presentation with a quickness, a swiftness, if you will, which, as it happens, should not be an issue. I had emergency dental work this morning, so if there is any slurring, any sort of, difficulty in understanding, my apologies. I cannot feel half of my face right now, so.
Neither can we.
Let us begin with a brief overview of the commission that was established by the City Council in October 2009. It is the objective and purpose of the commission to advise the City Council on all matters related to bicycle and pedestrian activities and accommodation, make recommendations to the City Council on the implementation of relevant programs, policies, regulations, funding priorities regarding cyclists and pedestrian access and accommodation, and last but not least, to promote active and multimodal transportation as viable and safe transportation alternatives, and to serve as ambassadors for the city in this regard. The Commission's responsibilities, and I would like to acknowledge, I think this is perhaps my favorite slide of the entire deck. I think it breaks down quite simply the role of the Commission in facilitating civic engagement with our city staff, with our City Council, in addressing matters of active and multimodal transportation issues. We participate in the active evaluation of current and proposed policies and regulations that, again, concern active and multimodal transportation in our city. We, of course, actively promote public-private cooperation and coordination on active and multimodal transportation matters. And last but not least, again, given that we are an advisory commission, we are here to advise our public, city staff, City Council on all matters affecting the relationship between active and multimodal transportation, our parks, our schools, transit stops, greenways, and other major facilities and destinations. In terms of commission composition, I think that you will be pleased to know that we have a diverse commission made up of folks who represent a whole host of backgrounds, from educators to architects, urban planners, healthcare professionals, youth advocates, business owners, and of course, transportation professionals. The full commission, of course, has a number of standing committees, a policy committee, a planning committee, and an outreach committee, and from time to time we do set aside a handful of the members to devote extra time and energy to specific issues that may come up throughout our commission term. With regard to our fiscal year 2023, it has been certainly an active year of, again, facilitating, evaluating, and advising. With regard to our planning committee, primarily being involved in the review of our, something is happening here, I'm not quite sure. Thank you, my friend. Bless you for what you do. Our planning committee, as was being noted, is involved, or has been involved with the review of our 2023 annual resurfacing, along with our bike lanes, providing major feedback on roadway projects, and of course reviewing standalone bike projects. Policy committee has also been involved in the review of right-of-way obstruction policies, providing feedback on Vision Zero, and last but not least, our outreach and engagement committee, of course, again, facilitating civic engagement with regard to our various bicycle and pedestrian projects, and really, I think, taking extra time with both residential and commercial concerns that may come up from time to time. I'll note what's not here is that we did, in fact, set up an ad hoc committee to study bike lane street sweepers. We had a pilot program that we launched, and in coordination with city staff, we set aside an ad hoc committee to determine various bike lanes that we could run this pilot sort of bike lane street sweeper project, and of course came back with recommendations to staff on that. Looking ahead, truth be told, with our fiscal year 2024 work plan, we have found that the prior year's plan, the fiscal year 2023 plan, which was approved by our council unanimously a year ago, we have found that to be a really solid foundation for us to continue our work. If anything, we're really leaning into the retention of this term, vulnerable road users, as it relates to the nature of our work, that really captures the kind of fuller range and spectrum of everyone who is trying to transport themselves across the city. So again, anything from pedestrians, bicyclists, cyclists, people using some sort of personal conveyance or mobility device. It could be a wheelchair, it could be a scooter. All of these individuals, as they make their way, as we all oftentimes make our way across the city, we're all vulnerable road users at some point in time. So here is the sort of breakdown, kind of in brief, as it relates to the nature of our work plan. Looking ahead, again, not much has really changed with this coming or this present fiscal year 2024. We want to continue to be, as a full commission, a public forum for civic engagement with regard to the residential and the commercial concerns that may come up from time to time with regard to our bicycle and pedestrian projects. We want to continue to evaluate and offer feedback and advisement with city staff and council on policy and planning and implementation. And of course, I will say perhaps what is notable, looking ahead, is the opportunity potentially to provide feedback on a future transportation bond. As you can imagine, as bicycle and pedestrian advocates, we would love to see as much funding as possible set aside to invest in multimodal, healthy, active transportation options in our community. It does break down planning committee policy and outreach, which really it's an extension, again, of what's been mentioned. Again, the key takeaways here is that the commission seeks to facilitate community engagement with city transportation staff and city council. We seek to evaluate present and future policies that affect active and multimodal transportation, and then in turn offer advisement and guidance to city staff and council as such. And then, of course, last but not least, we want to promote, our city's infrastructure, which I would note just briefly. This past Bike Month, we had quite a few very positive articles in Raleigh Magazine and the Triangle Business Journal acknowledging the work of this city, the advances we have made since 2009 in investing in multimodal, healthy, active transportation. So I think it's worth just sort of sharing a brief kudos to our city council, to our city transportation staff, who's worked very hard, over the last decade plus to make advancements and improvements in our city's streetscape. Oh, and that brings us to the last slide. I can't tell you if that was done in 5 to 6 minutes, but Lord knows I hope so. I think to put it briefly, to kind of wrap this up, the bottom line is that this commission seeks to support our city staff and our city council in continuing to make investments in improving the safety and the security and the comfort of our streetscapes so that human beings in our growing city continue to feel as if they have more options as to how they get around this city, so that we are actively expanding access and opportunity and mobility for folks in our growing city. With that, thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
First off, thank you for bringing such energy to your presentation despite the emergency surgery. We appreciate you being here, Nick, and appreciate you and what the committee does. So I want to say thank you. There has been a lot of work done. I know Councilor Harrison, an avid biker, has a question she would like to ask.
I just wanted to say thank you all for your work on BPAC. I really love being the liaison to your all's group. Keep me informed if I can do anything to support you. I, too, am excited about the transportation bond and opportunities to improve our, transportation infrastructure for bicycling, for pedestrians, for other ways to get around. So thank you, Nick.
If I could just briefly acknowledge, again, thank you, Madam Mayor, for the kind words. Councilmember Harrison, it's been a real pleasure having your engagement with the commission this past year. I will acknowledge that we have had very engaged council members in years past. I'm deeply grateful for the support, really, of this entire council. I haven't been a witness to any moment in time where council members here were not in favor of advancing and improving our public, sidewalks, our bike lanes, etc. So, I think. Just again, bottom line is there's a deep appreciation for Councilmember Harrison for your support this past year and for all the council members in years past. And I will say just briefly, we're also looking forward as a commission to working with city staff in this coming year in beginning the work and developing a new bicycle transportation plan. As I understand it, we've gotten funding from our state colleagues to invest in that work, to invest in the community engagement that will be involved in that work. And so I think we're looking at maybe spring or late winter 2000, just in a few months from now, early 2024, to kind of get that work underway as soon as that state budget gets under control and gets passed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Yes, we need a motion, but hold on. One thing I would like to ask staff, if you could come back to us with some more information on the bike plan, maybe, and just an update on where we are. I think that could be very helpful. and what that will look like, how it will be done, et cetera, et cetera. We haven't done one of these in quite a while, so I think it would be just helpful for us to know how that would proceed. Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous. Again, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll see you soon.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Zach Manor. I'm with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department. I'm the acting staff liaison for the Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board. It's my pleasure to present Board Chair Amy Fix to provide the annual report and work plan for your review and approval. Thanks.
Mayor Baldwin and the members of the Raleigh City Council, my name is Amy Fix, and I serve as the chair of the City of Raleigh's Historic Cemetery Advisory Board. Our mission is to inventory, conserve, and manage Raleigh's historic city-owned cemeteries. The cemeteries include Raleigh City Cemetery, the O'Rourke Catholic Cemetery, the Mount Hope Cemetery, and the Dorothea Dix Cemetery. I'm pleased to report a reasonably productive year for our board. In April, we coordinated with the Sons of the American Revolution to place a marker for Joel Lane in City Cemetery. In addition, on August 30th, we held an event at the All Saints Chapel to celebrate the recent proclamation for August 10th to be named as Anna Julia Haywood Cooper Day in Raleigh. Ruth Little spoke about her work regarding the historical and artistic significance of grave markers throughout North Carolina, but particularly in City Cemetery. We also had a tour of the City Cemetery with an emphasis on the restoration and preservation that has been accomplished. Regarding membership, the board has one current vacancy and 2 terms that are ending soon. Active volunteers include our past chair, Caleb Smith, James Denby, Allison Kugel, Connie Crumpler, and Chantel Miles. A major focus of the board has been to identify and collaborate with organizations that share our vision and mission. We meet with the City of Raleigh Museum, the Historic Resources and Museums Advisory Board, and the Dix Park Conservancy. We hope to develop strong partnerships with those and other groups to maximize our talents and resources. For more details, please refer to the annual report from last year and the work plan for this year. The board has 2 committees, Outreach and Education. The Outreach and Education committees are working towards completion of our goals for the next fiscal year. Our board invites each of you to explore our 4 historic cemeteries. You can virtually visit 3 of the cemeteries via web-based audio tours and maps, and we have web-based applications where you can search for individual grave sites at 2 of our cemeteries. We believe, however, that the best way to experience these special places is to visit in person. Our cemeteries are a link between the past and present, and no one who visits can fail to be moved by the interesting headstones, beautiful statues, and park-like landscaping. In closing, I thank you for your time today and for your service to the City of Raleigh. The board appreciates your support and looks forward to working with you in the next year.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, appreciate your work. And, Councilmember Patton?
I've got one. Thank you. Mine is just that how do we help you recruit more applicants? I think you all have a vacancy on your board upcoming, and I went through our database where the applications are stored. It didn't look like there were very many people in the hopper. How can we help support you in having a full, strong membership?
One aspect of the Historic Cemetery Advisory Board is the history of Raleigh, and some people may see cemeteries and have an immediate reaction about what it means to be on a cemetery advisory board, but any aspect that can emphasize that we're preserving the history of Raleigh, I think would encourage engagement.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do you have a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye? Okay, unanimous. Thank you so much. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development Innovation Committee.
No report. We have a few items pending. We will meet on Tuesday, September 26th at 1:30 p.m. in the council chambers, and we will take up the text change TC123 on the stormwater management regulations and the generator music item. And I anticipate we'll take up the HBCU roundtable at our October meeting.
Growth and Natural Resources.
GNR will meet on September 26th as well at 4 p.m. in the City Council chambers. We are going to take up two items there. The first one is hopefully to finish our review of the omnibus text change. And then second, we're going to learn about the North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission's Green Growth Toolbox. This presentation is going to go over practices that we already use within the city, but also opportunities for new policies and practices. And in particular, I just want to note that we have some interest in the community about proactive steps to encourage the use of native plants in landscaping. And that is something that should come up with the Green Growth Toolbox. And we can identify some practical steps that our council can consider in the future. Just as a reminder to the public, our committee meetings are public. They are typically televised, and the agendas can be found in our city's board doc system, just like city council meetings.
Next is Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. We have no items pending, but Councilmember Harrison, do you have a request?
Yes. So as folks may realize, we have had some challenges. One particular, really a loss that I just want to mention, and it's made me think that we need to have some future conversations around public safety as a body here. And I do just want to first extend my heartfelt condolences about the loss of David Millett. He did die on September 1st after a week in critical condition following an assault on Glenwood Avenue. He was a general manager for Midwood Smokehouse downtown, and with the assistance of the Fuquay-Varina Police Department, Raleigh police have arrested and charged the suspect in connection with this case. I would like to take a moment of silence just for Mr. Millett, though. And the topic that I want to make sure we do follow up in the committee is really around public safety. You know, we all know violence has no place here. It really has no place anywhere. So when it comes to Raleigh, it hits me hard, and I think it hits all of us. It's a #1 priority, and it pains me that someone in our community lost their life in one act of senseless violence. I really am grateful to our Raleigh police who have stepped up patrols in Glenwood South and downtown Raleigh. And I think it's important that we have some monthly reports, both on crime statistics for downtown, so that we can track metrics and evaluate interventions, so that we better understand what we're doing proactively. So I think what we can bring to the committee, I would request a public safety work session at the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities Committee to assess data, looking at trend data about how we're doing across the city, and specifically in data for downtown and Glenwood South related to public safety and crime. I know we have yearly reports from RPD. I think a 6-month report for 2023 would be helpful. I'd also just want to focus on proactive solutions that we are taking. What are the steps that we are taking as a city? And then take time together to, consider additional actions that we may want to take moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, and I know Councilor Harrison, you and I had a conversation about this prior to the meeting today, and I know you mentioned Glenwood South and you said downtown, but I really want to highlight and bring to focus Fayetteville Street and South Wilmington Street in our transit center, and have those areas also be part of the conversation. At the last City Council meeting, I brought it up, and Madam Mayor, you even mentioned the conversations and the meetings that y'all had in August concerning these areas. So if we can add that to this conversation.
That was the intention, to do both
And I
downtown and Glenwood South. Part of what we want to achieve is informing people. We're doing a lot, and there's a lot of plans, but people don't know about it. So I think part of what we can do is bring this information forward so there is a better understanding of what our police department is doing. And then, you know, we're looking for ideas and solutions as well. So Councilor Harrison and I had a phone call the other day related to Glenwood South, and I think that some of these ideas were very positive that were generated, like a monthly report. So we're looking at data, and we can fully understand where we're going with this. And I see Bill King in the audience, and he's been instrumental in doing that downtown. But we have some really good steps we're getting ready to move forward on.
Definitely, and I just wanted to mention it, to highlight it so the public can also attend your meeting and be aware that the conversation will also include Fayetteville Street, South Wilmington Street, near our transit center as areas. So, and I do want to thank Bill for the work that you're doing. I had conversation with some business owners, and they mentioned the work that you are doing and some of the safety adjustments that are being made. And I do want to thank the staff, the adjustments they've made on the tree canopy to make line of sight a lot better along Fayetteville Street. So definitely thank you.
Yep, and lots going on there. And I'm looking forward to talking about this publicly and educating people about what we're doing. So I need a motion, and I'll take that as a motion. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that will be at the next Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee, 9/26 at 11:30 a.m. And next is Transportation and Transit.
So Transportation and Transit will meet September 28th at 3 p.m. here. We will discuss case Z5021 that was referred to us today earlier in the meeting. That is the only item that we have at this time.
Thank you. Next, we have report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start with Councilmember Melton.
Thanks. I have one thing today. I serve as the liaison to our police advisory board. One of the vacancies on that board is the appointee by the police chief. It's my understanding that our chief is having some difficulty filling that vacancy because under our current, I guess, rules for boards and commissions, current city employees are not eligible to serve, and the appointees have to live within Raleigh. So for our police department, that's proved very limiting. One, because she has to find a retired or former officer, and then they also have to live in Raleigh, which unfortunately a lot of our officers do not. So I'm asking for an exception to that rule so that the chief can make an appointee from a current RPD officer, someone who's currently serving as the liaison, well, not a liaison, as a member of the board. I do think their perspective is really helpful as the board talks about policy and community relations. I've sat in those meetings, and the prior police appointee was very helpful, and so I would just make that request to the council.
Okay. Could city attorney advise on that, please?
I need to look at our code sections to determine whether or not we need specific code language amended, but I would be glad to bring that back at the next meeting.
Great. So we'll just, if we could bring it back then maybe as a special item.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Patton?
Cool. I have a few. First, I wanted to thank the new adoptees of the Neuse River Trail, including Boy Scout troops 318 and 319, as well as Cub Scout Pack 500. So I appreciate their efforts to take care of our greenway system. I also wanted to make note that the Canadian government last week made a travel advisory to several U.S. states regarding anti-LGBTQ legislation. And given that we know tourism is an economic driver here in North Carolina, and that we just passed a large package of projects based on our tourism tax, I'd just like to make sure, I'd like to ask our lobbyists to raise concerns to our Wake delegation at the state regarding how that could impact economic development here. Also, I wanted to comment on blasting activities. So blasting seems to be increasingly more, it's happening on increasingly more challenging sites in the city as we have developed more sites and kind of running out of land. I've received several questions from community members regarding blasting projects and how that impacts them. What are their rights? What's sort of the correct experience for them as blasting is happening nearby? They've voiced concerns around potential property damage and disruption to their daily activities. I've been working with the city manager's office and the fire department about this. They've taken a look at how the process works, how residents are informed. From those conversations, I understand that staff's reviewing the regulatory rules and procedures. And so I just ask that at the appropriate time, we get an update on any improvements to the, sorry, I lost my spot. And to update us on the opportunities to improve the notification, ensure transparency for adjacent property owners, and ensure the appropriate level of oversight. And then I got one more. Sorry, y'all. We know that there are many components needed to create a housing market that works for all of our residents. Supply, subsidy, and stabilization are amongst them. We continue to hear from our constituents who rent that it's increasingly hard to rent in our city. Rents are rising higher faster than their wages. Landlords are moving to month leases. And our renters feel kind of powerless to gain the financial footing that might move them into home ownership if that's their goal. As our budget teams move into planning for the next fiscal year, and knowing that Councilmember Harrison has asked us to look at ways to double the affordable housing budget, but that doing so also requires programming to utilize those funds, I'd like to ask staff to provide a feasibility report or a preliminary assessment for a program that's focused on our renters. We know that state statute prohibits us from enacting any sort of rent control, but like the adorable creative tugboats we keep looking for unique pathways to good outcomes for our residents. So I have an idea of a program that's modeled after our business incentive grant that would create performance-based contracts to the property owners of multifamily rentals, wherein they're incentivized to abide some best practices for our renters. For example, making rent rises predictable and committing to year-long leases. There could be other criterion, but I'd like staff to consider what program design and details could be, but I'd also like to offer enough flexibility in this request that if another path forward, another program design reveals itself, we could pursue that too. The central policy objectives are that we provide stability for our renter community and that the program is not reliant on individual resident applications, since that we know that can create barrier and lower subscription. So with all that, I look forward to seeing what you bring back. And I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Just one thing today. It's an extension of the council concerns I gave back in August. Finishing up it really, but this one's just about the CACs. I just wanted to go on public record and say that I don't think we are having the right conversations around them, and I think we need to be having better conversations. As one of the people who ran on specifically stronger community engagement, I'm learning that that whole aspect of the work there goes a little bit deeper and beyond some of the things or the conversations we've been having around just community engagement. And I really want us to stop talking about low-hanging fruit, where they can meet, where they can't meet, and just start talking about a more sound model that actually addresses the issues that were the reasons that they were disbanded X amount of years ago. And I've had some conversations with different people in the community, different people on council, and I have some ideas about how council could be supportive of getting to diversity, getting to the heart of communities, and helping also to create space where people can again be a part of their neighborhoods and hearing the things that are not only going on, but also like the holistic ways that they can like be a part of a community ecosystem. And I really wanted to do that in a work session, but I don't know how work sessions like are mapped out through the end of this year, but I just wanted to uplift that as like that's a conversation we need to have outside of the things that we've tasked the community engagement department to do, outside of the things that we've been talking about with where they can meet. I just really want us to have that holistic conversation sooner than later. So that's all.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a few things I do want to uplift that I think we have to stop looking at where they meet and just look at the role of that community piece. Couple things. Maybe there was a lot of people out there, so I'm sure I missed somebody. So, feel free to speak to it. But this past weekend, the African American Cultural Festival held their 14th annual event. It was a great turnout. A lot of people. I will uplift. I did see our fire chief out there amongst the people and everything, so it was good to see him out there and just interacting. It was a great event. On Saturday, after attending the festival, went home, did a quick shower, changed, came back out, and myself, as well as Councilwoman Jones, we went into the Taiwanese celebration and delivery, and I delivered the proclamation from the mayor. They were thankful for the proclamation to celebrate double 10th annual day of Taiwan. The event was held at Performing Arts Center. We also had other elected officials from across really the state there. Kearneysville was represented, as well as other local municipalities. The other thing I want to mention, two more things I want to mention. My District C meeting will actually be held on September 6th. It's been held ever since we started back, except for July. But this time it will be held at Biltmore Hills from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m. It will be held during a community day that a nonprofit is hosting at Biltmore Hills on that day. So instead of me having my District C meeting somewhere else, we had a conversation. We're going to implement it as part of their community day on September the 16th from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Biltmore Hills Community Park. And lastly, this came up some years ago. There's been in conversation. I'm asking for a text change to look at digital billboards with hopes to clean up some of our current billboards that are out there. Mainly, this should reduce, hopefully, the number of billboards that we're having across the city. There's already one digital billboard right outside of Raleigh off of I-87 coming in, and I see them off of I-85, and other municipalities have them. So if making requests for a text change to look at our billboard policy and ask for a digital billboard text change. So moved.
Second? Did you say something?
Yeah, I made it.
Do we need a motion on that? Okay.
Yes, you would.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Jones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, and I just want to remind folks that authorizing the text change means that we've authorized staff to draft it. It'll come back to us before it goes anywhere else. We have to approve it. Then it goes to the community for feedback. Then it goes to Planning Commission for feedback. Then it comes back to council for a public hearing. So there's going to be touch points along the way if anyone has questions or concerns about that item.
Mm-hmm. And I would also, this item has come up before, but I think it's important, Councilmember Jones and I have talked about this, that there be some community benefits. I mean, in other words, the city can use reels not only for, say, Amber Alerts and weather, but also other things such as job listings or things that we want to make people aware of, be another form of community engagement. So I want to see some type of public benefit considered. Okay. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you so much. In an effort to model myself after Councilwoman Patton, I do want to uplift some great things that happened in consent that I want to say going through the agenda this week was really awesome. I really like seeing all the amazing things that staff is working on and doing. So I just wanted to uplift a few. The first one being the Raleigh Rainwaters Rewards program. We actually have a participant, a commercial entity that is going to build a cistern that holds 47,000 gallons of rainwater. And I thought that was really, really cool. We will be participating at 90%, so we will reimburse 90% of that at about $134,000. So that was awesome. Thank you for that. Another thing is the interlocal agreement that we have with Wake Forest through Raleigh Water. I'm really, really proud to know that we work with municipalities and we're partnering to get a few things done at one time. So awesome, Raleigh Water. Thank you so much. And also still with Raleigh Water, the last thing I wanted to uplift is our contract services. We had a janitorial partners that we signed with, and they are 100% MWBE, and I'm super proud of that. So I want to uplift that and really thank staff for the work that goes into all aspects of what we do. That we have other partners that we're doing, and I see the work that's being done in increasing that participation on other ones, like other contract services we have. So I really enjoy reading that and just seeing the progress. So thank you, staff. The next thing I wanted to mention is my District E community meeting will be at Bowstring Pizza on September 14th from 7 to 9. And we've actually scheduled next month as well, and that's going to be at Crafty and 5 Points on October 12th from 7 to 9. But I will keep reminding you. And lastly, I wanted to shout out to Miss Celine, and she's a senior at Enloe High School. She is actually the president, or I don't know what the term is, of their student government group, and she has reached out to connect so she can help students at Enloe understand how to be more effective in their government. So I'm really excited to have that conversation and really proud for her to reach out. So thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, follow up to Councilmember Melton's motion about changing the rules. I think I have a name for the chief that may meet the criteria, so hopefully, yeah. So that may not need to, so I'll just let you know that I'll reach out to her.
It doesn't have to be law enforcement. That's just been the person of choice. The way it's stipulated, it doesn't have to be a retired law enforcement officer.
But I got one, so
Okay.
we'll see. Let's see if that works. If I can twist an arm and get somebody in that role for. And then secondly, I wanted to highlight the Medios had their 60th anniversary, which is a restaurant over in District D, over by NC State. And so I had opportunity to present a proclamation, and I think I'm one of their favorite Tar Heels when I go over there. But it's great to see a small business be able to survive for 60 years. I mean, that really is an accomplishment. So we had Conkey that celebrated 50 years earlier this year, I think late last year. Amedio's celebrating 60 years, and so it's great to know we've got some stables in the, some stable small businesses in the city of Raleigh. So congratulations to them.
And thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. Councilmember Harrison.
Few items. I also want to lift up a few items in consent agenda that were approved that I was really excited about. So just excited to say that we are accepting NOAA funds for the Community Climate Education for a Resilient Raleigh project. So that will allow us to work with Partners for Environmental Justice and the North Carolina State Climate Office to support civic engagement, environmental justice, and community resilience building. With a focus on helping residents in flood-prone neighborhoods and urban heat islands. Another great project that we just approved, again, thank you to staff for making this happen, is to mitigate stormwater flooding in the Kingsborough Estates Mobile Home Park in East Raleigh. Funds of $250,000 were secured from Golden Leaf to design mitigation plans, so very cool. I would like to note that we have a new tree land cover analysis and tree canopy assessment out for Wake County. This is really fun to look at. And basically the intent is to enhance our county's green spaces in the face of rapid growth. And so I will note that Over 50% of our land cover is covered with trees, so that's pretty cool. But from 2010 to 2020, we did lose 11,000 plus acres of tree canopy. That is an area double the size of Umstead State Park. I want to note I was not on council then, but I know these are bigger issues than sometimes what we can solve. But I am hopeful that we will be looking at some new opportunities for tree protection. And then finally, I am planning to have our regular District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting on September 16th at the Crowder Center at 9:30 a.m. But I also recognize that is the same day as the Lake Johnson Big Sweep event. So if you would like to come and pick up trash with me, I have a feeling that's going to be part of our meeting. So definitely join us. It's a lot of fun. The trash cleanup is from about 10 to noon. You can bring a kayak or a stand-up paddleboard if you're, really able and want to pick up trash. So that'll be a good time.
Thank you. I wanted to ask for a work session coming up. You heard people mention today transportation bond. Like to be updated on that, but also when you look at what we've done with affordable housing and the bond, I think some type of analysis on where we are with bond spending and whether it will be necessary to bring a bond forward. I think we said at the last meeting that a affordable housing community has been brought forward every meeting of council. And we also know that gap funding is is required because of the economy, because of lending, mortgage rates, inflation, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to make sure that we are in a position that we can move forward. And if another bond is required, for us to start looking at that. But if you could update us on those two critical issues at a upcoming work session, I would appreciate it. And Councilmember Branch?
Sorry, I just had one more item, and I can hear her screaming, saying my name. On Friday, we actually celebrated Top Green Community Center, and it was a century in the making. Top Green is now no longer considered a park. It's part of our museum. It's a resource center. And they have an exhibit that opened up to talk about the history of those who grew up there in South Park and in the community there. So please go out, check out the exhibit. I want to thank the South Park East Raleigh Neighborhood Association for their work. And I do want to thank Ms. Lynette Williams for her constant emails, her constant calls. But she's about solutions and she's about bringing the people together. And I want to thank her and that we were able to move this forward. So sorry, that was the last thing and I didn't want to forget it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have appointments. Oh,
Sorry.
Councilmember Patton.
Sorry. I think also we have some birthdays on the council before our next meeting, right? Down there at the end of the table, Councilmember Harrison and you, Madam Mayor, right? Have birthdays soon?
I don't have birthdays anymore.
Oh, okay. All right. So just the one then. Well, happy birthday since.
And also to Councilwoman Patton as well, we have a birthday. So I don't want you to forget about that. Happy birthday.
And
all my
when
Septembers.
When is Councilor Patton's birthday?
Well, I'm going to say it on TV. It's this week.
This week. Oh, three Virgos. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, that explains a lot.
It, right? I think
explains everything. Okay. On that note, we'll move to appointments, but thank you, Councilmember Patton.
Happy birthday to everybody. Appointments, Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, professional member category. Brendy Vega received 8 votes that would be appointed. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancies, no nominees, so this will carry over to your next ballot. Human Relations Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Jakari Clayton received 3 votes, Jamie Lynn Robinson 2, and Harriet Worley 3, so that will be carried over to your next ballot. Police Advisory Board, 1 alternate vacancy. Jaden Grimes received 7 votes, so would be appointed. And Timothy Guthrie received 1. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy. Councilmember Jones nominated Nardra Johnson. Councilmember Branch nominated Mark Teague. And Councilmember Patton nominated Christian Daniel. So all 3 of those nominees will appear on your next ballot. Substance Use Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. No nominees, so this will carry over to your next ballot. Yes.
Okay. Hey, so for substance abuse, that is the board that I am the liaison for, and I saw that we don't really have in the same kind of problem with the historic cemeteries. We have 3 applicants, and 2 are current board members who are just seeking to, be reappointed, and the last one is she lives outside the county. So I have reached out, just so you know that I am being proactive. I have reached out to different organizations who deal with substance abuse to see if they have some names to put forward. So I promise I will have names next time. I apologize.
No apologies necessary, but do appreciate you doing that.
Okay, under nominations, Board of Adjustment, that alternate county vacancy, just a reminder to submit suggestions for county consideration, and that person must reside within the ETJ. Environmental Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. I'll do the first one first. The term of Colleen Sullins is expiring, and she would like to be considered for reappointment.
So moved. Second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
And then additionally, there's been a resignation from member Preston Ross, so that will appear in your next ballot.
I'd like to nominate Zoe Niebher.
Could you spell that, please?
Yeah, I'll spell it Niebuhr.
All right, so that will appear in the next ballot. Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. The terms of Esther Hall and Alicia McGill are expiring, and neither are eligible for reappointment due to length of service. However, they will continue to serve until replaced. And the boards, I did want to note here, the board's nominating committee will have some suggestions to share. So I will forward those along to you guys once they are received and available. So the intent here is to put them on the next ballot so everybody can vote at that time. And then with that supplemental documentation, the documentation will be attached to the agenda. Human Relations Commission, 2 regular vacancies. The terms of Zubaydah Khan and Rabbi Eric Solomon are expiring. However, neither wish to be considered for reappointment. These would also continue to serve until replaced, so those will come back on our next ballot.
I'd like to nominate Peyton A. Glendening.
Could you spell that, please?
Yes, Glendinning.
Great, so that'll come back. Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. The term of Van Fletcher is expiring, and he would like to be considered for reappointment.
Motion to approve.
Oh, I'd like to make a new nomination and have this rolled to the next ballot, if I could. Ian Burnett, IAIN on that first name. Burnett as the last name.
I have one too, Kate Dixon, Dixon.
Okay. So all 3 of those names will appear on the next ballot. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 regular vacancy. A resignation has been received from regular member Nathan Spencer. Past practice has been to elevate the longest-serving alternate, which in this case is Leo Suarez, to a regular member and declare a vacancy for an alternate slot. They've only had 1 meeting, but he did attend that 1 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And lastly, Substance Use Advisory Commission. I worded it kind of confusing here, but it's 2 new vacancies, 3 total. So in addition to the currently pending vacancy on the ballot, which brings your total to 3, the terms of Sean Valley and Lynn Williams are expiring, and both would like to be considered for reappointment.
I move to reappoint Sean.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
That was one of them. I don't know who the liaison to this board is, but the other person's attendance is not great, so I wasn't sure if we wanted to have a convo.
I will. That's my board. I will make sure to have a conversation. I haven't had that conversation yet, so I will find out.
Do we want to go ahead and make the reappointment or hold it?
Hold it.
Okay, we'll hold that one.
So he will continue, I'll put him on the ballot, and then you guys can continue to have those conversations. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Next, we have the report of the city attorney.
No report.
Report of the city clerk.
A few sets of minutes for consideration of approval.
Move for approval.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay. It's approved. Okay, next we move to closed session. I have a very long motion for you all. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A2 to prevent the premature disclosure of an honorary degree, scholarship prize, or similar awards. GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege relating to following matter, George C. Venters versus City of Raleigh, Wake County Superior Court. GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered to entities considering such expansion. GS 143-318-11A5 to instruct city staff concerning the position to be taken on behalf of the city council in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property in the downtown area by purchase, option, exchange, or lease. And GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the competence, performance, character, fitness, or conditions of appointment of an individual public officer or employee. So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. Council will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you.